Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I am going to be continuing to play some Planet Zoo here, with the hopes of actually getting the area around the Timberwolves finally filled in. Because, yeah, it's been sitting empty for a really long time with, some plans kind of vaguely laid out on it. But, yeah, we need something better. We need something better. So, let's jump over to the actual zoo. And we'll let time run over here. Yeah. So, the Timberwolves, the way that I built their habitat, I really love it, but it did leave some big empty spaces that yet aren't big enough for exhibits. Well, they're just big enough for exhibits, but I don't have exhibits to put in them unless I want to start putting in lizards, which I don't. Most of the lizards are not actually nocturnal, and I don't want to do the research to find out which ones are. So they're too small for habitats. I'm not putting exhibits in here because I'm not actually putting lizards in this zoo, with one possible exception. And also, there are some creatures that Planet Zoo does not have available that a nocturnal zoo is not complete without. Mostly owls. Mainly owls. So I'm going to be doing something really funny and putting two extremely different biomes right next to each other here, which is going to be fun. So I have an exhibit to put in for the southern opossum, which I really hope I have written down. I do. I have some burrowing owls here, which are going to need a home. This is actually where I've been pulling my owls from, which I had left in mainly for credit. I got these from the workshop. They're spectacular. And over here, I'm going to be putting in some Eurasian eagle owls. I am not putting juveniles in there because there are no juveniles anywhere in this zoo, so we have some gorgeous work on the eagle owls here, and I could not put them in the zoo. I hope to figure out a good way to put that flying one in somewhere. But what I'm going to start with, I think, is going to be the opossum over here. Although I do worry that I only have one animal, so I worry that I might have put this in too large a space. So what I'm actually gonna do, we're gonna take these owls, oh, that's great. That's great. Apparently we are not taking the owls. We're not taking the entire display anyway. So I'm going to grab the owls that I'm going to use, which are the snowy owls. Secrets revealed. And we're just going to pop these over here. These guys are going to be here. And we have a similar problem with the opossum, which hopefully will be, we just grab all of them, come with me. And we're going to flip the opossum into this space. This is going to be a much smaller space because the burrowing owls are going to be taking up a lot of the area. So, alas, the credit goes away now because these guys are all in the way. So, basically for this corner, I need to build the burrowing owls first, and that will say how much space is left for the opossum. Which also means that I am in fact going to be starting with the snowy owls. And I'm just gonna take this garbage can and I'm gonna pop it over here. We are definitely going to have to be readjusting the garbage cans around here. We will put this one here. And we will put a fresh, brand new one there. And hope that that takes care of the needs around this area now that I've moved everything. Now, I am not actually going to go to the trouble of making this all snow. I'm going to fake it. I will show y'all how, but first we're going to build the box, which I don't think needs to take up this entire area. We definitely want to have the viewing here, but I don't think it needs to be this wide. These owls are fairly small, so I'm not going to make it as wide as this area. But yeah, let's begin. I need a wall. Always start with a wall. Do I want to use the Arctic wood? What have I used around here? Okay, we have the conservation here. Oh, we had the Arctic wood over here for the barn owls. Looks like people are really enjoying the barn owls. Let's see. More conservation over here. Okay, what it looks like is, thematically speaking, I should be using the conservation walls for these guys. And then I should use some form of wood for these guys. And conservation walls for the opossum and some form of wood for the Eurasian eagle owls. Unless I go the other way around. So, conservation, wood, conservation, wood. I feel like for containment of biome, I think that conservation is better. So, because we're going to have some nice heavy concrete walls keeping all of that cold and snow in. So let me just grab one of these. I'm going to turn off angle snap for the moment. Now, where is the main viewing area for our fossa? Okay, we want the big part of the gap to be on this side, I think. No, wait. The other way around. So, take this and put it here. You know what? I think that 3 looks right. Three by 4. And we'll dump some viewing windows in here like this. See, the main problem with putting the viewing windows right next to each other is this really thick part in the middle. I think I'm actually going to remove that. We're going to do something. We're going to do a variant instead. Partially because these windows are just... Okay. Let's take away my grid height so that I can work with this. I should really figure out a color. I want the bottom of the window to be just slightly higher. Yeah, like that. Now here's the main problem. I don't have any, like, thin bars. So... Whoops. Oh, I didn't line that up at all. Oh dear. Let's try that again. That. And once again, because this one is supposed to be containing a particular biome, I am going to be giving it a solid roof. Let's see. There are many adjustments that are continuing to need to be made along here, so... Alright, that is a perfectly adequate box. Alright, so now I can take the whole group and we can figure out a color for the group. And that does become a tricky thing. I think I want to be in the brown range. Maybe a little redder. Although admittedly the dark does look nice. Actually, I like this. I like this. Let's go with this. See, that way I get the whole thing in a single color without having to be like, oh, I like it in this panel. Do I like it in the whole thing? Who knows? Alright. Now, I think I want to jiggle this more to one side than the other. So let's bring it over here. Yeah, that feels good. And line that up with the edge of the path. And bring it real dang close. Yeah. Now the reason I can get away with this is because I am not planning on putting any major plant life in here. But yeah, let's get back into the group. And I'm gonna yank the roof off so that it's easier to build here. So I'm just gonna I'm just gonna put this over here for now. So, how to get snow on the ground without actually putting snow on the ground because you don't want to build coolers. We come into nature, we pull up the rocks, and we filter for, let's see, taiga and tundra. Because the tundra rocks have ice rocks, they have snow rocks, and taiga has regular rocks. So we're going to start by trying to find a taiga rock that has a fairly uneven And, oh, I still have random rotation on somehow. Okay. As unfortunately, I did not have time to work on the zoo in between streams this past week. It has been very busy. So everything is exactly the same as I left it last week. We're using these guys for the sake of semi-realism here. We just get a few of these studded around. We don't have to do anything too crazy. Okay. Now we come in with, I think number 4 is going to be the most helpful one here. We're going to come in with the snow rocks. Number 4 is a good one to use for this sort of thing because it does have a texture. Not gonna worry about coming out the back too much. I will cover that up later. I do have to worry about how much I come out the sides because it's much harder to cover there, but the back, as long as I don't shove it into the Timberwolf area, it will be fine. Once again, you don't really want to be poking out the front either. Any place that's going to be easily visible, you don't want to shove them out the walls. But this is a really good way to get a visual snow cover without actually having to put in coolers and snow and all of that jazz. And I prefer to use the actual rocks rather than sheeting because the sheeting, the pattern is just too regular. Whereas the rocks have a little bit more of a meandering sort of pattern. I just want to keep putting these down on random rotation until there isn't any grass visible inside anymore. Like so. And now that we have a lovely snowy floor, we need something that is a little more possibly like this. Now, this takes a little juggling and jiggery-pokery and stuff to feel right, but what you want to do is we don't want these rocks to be completely naked, you see. We want some snow to be piled up around them and maybe a little bit on them to adjust, because this makes the perceiving the snow a lot more shall we say realistic. Okay, that is about as much as I can use this rock. What else have we got? We have 16. This is a little one, which makes it a little trickier to use, but yeah, this goes mainly on vibes. You don't really want too many like super sharp edges, which is why I try to find rocks that are kind of shall we say ripply. This one might be a little too big to be properly useful to me, but yeah, this one's a little too flat on top to be really useful to me. Now, the ice rocks can be useful, but they're better used when you have some form of water around. But yeah, just as an illustration, this is what I mean by the cladding. The cladding, the patterns are very distinct, but when you use them as like a floor or something, it ends up looking not quite right. Using them here and there, like as an accent, like this, not so much of a problem, but if I were to try to make the entire floor out of them, it would end up looking very artificial. I still have yet to find something that looks good around this particular rock, though. That bothers me. Try to avoid things like this, because this is really artificial, this little curve, the way that that's doing that. You don't really want to see those. They look very weird. But yeah, the whole thing is very fake it till you make it. I can't really use this one much, can I? It's very sharp-edged. I mean, I can tuck it up against the wall so that the sharp-edgedness is not as visible. But yeah, that's a bit of a wonky one to use, just because that one edge is so distinct. Okay. I'm not sure about this one in the back here, but I think that's good. That looks good. Yeah. And I'm just going to leave these checked off because I will be putting some stuff in here, and those are the best biomes to be using for this. However, I'm not going to be putting in any trees. We are going to be using these guys. I will take one of these. Yes, I know I'm a lot further in the air than I'm expected to be. Could we at least have some decent scrolling speed? I think what I can do is use this to cover up the weird edge that's going on there. I'm gonna have to raise the roof because there's only so short I can make these before they start to look wrong. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll make sure that none of the branches are sticking out the back. Like that. And then I'll just get in here. This one branch can go, since it is touching the wall too much. Much better. Okay, let's get one of the lower ground ones. Which one am I feeling like today? I kind of like this one today. Put that in there like this. And bring it over like this. Make sure it's not going to stick through the windows, which it is not. Now, if you're feeling really fancy, you can pile snow around stuff like this as well. I am not usually that fanciful. Okay, that is going to be plenty as far as the tree areas go. So let's grab this little guy. I'm gonna put him right here. Now, these particular models are made to sit on branches, so you can't really have them on the ground. But they're pretty easy to work with. You know what? I'm not going to use the all white one. It's just going to disappear. And let's see, this other one. I wish I could have more than the two owls, to be honest, but we'll have this guy up here. Like that. There. Alright, we still need a little bit of plant life in here, although what I'm going to put in is mostly going to look dead. But the main look of this is pretty good. Obviously, I'm going to have to raise the roof because I don't want to shorten this tree, but let's see. I'm just gonna grab one of these. I know this is not tall enough, but I need to do this in order to get the color set. I think a 2 is gonna be... yeah, a 2 is gonna be more than adequate. Oops, didn't mean to put that there. Okay, that'll be excellent. Jump into nature. We're going to remove the taiga and leave only the tundra. I'm going to use a bit of caribou moss around here. I don't want a massive amount of anything, but we do want something to relieve all of this snow. And a bit of caribou moss will help with that. Also, the people like plants more than they like rocks. It has to be admitted. The people are more attracted to plants than to rocks. And we don't have a lot of plants that are just tundra. And I don't really want to use anything that actually looks alive. Like, because I'm putting on a solid roof and I'm not putting lights in it, I don't want to put in anything that looks like it actually needs light. Which is a shame because these are rather pretty trees. You know what? I might get away with that anyway. I'm weak. But yeah, we don't want anything that's too tall. Or too alive. Like this, yeah, this is definitely too tall. I wish I'd looked at that before I did the whole "is this poking through the wall" thing. I'm just gonna drop a bit of this in. How these are getting enough light to grow, we are not going to talk about. We're just not going to talk about it. It'll be fine. Scooch that in through the wall. Do have like a little bit of grass showing through there. Alright, I'll have to figure out something else. But I should be able to cover that up. Anyway, back to construction. We're gonna turn off the conservation. Let's get some glass in these windows. Do I not have the 4-meter glass? Why do I not have the 4-meter glass? What a terrible oversight I've made. No, not the emissive windows. Okay, we'll go like that. Actually, I wonder, like, if I were to use these instead. Can't quite center it, but I'm not sure that I want to, so we'll do like that. Yeah, you know what? That works for me. That works for me. Admittedly, it's not 100% balanced because you can see the edges on this one, but not on this one, but I may be able to fake that with my beloved marquee beam. Oops. Okay, bring that upright. Yeah, we want that to be like practically white to get as close to matching as possible. Bring that in here. I kind of hate that the glass is like right on the surface here. Makes it a little trickier, but I shall persevere. Like that. And that. And that. And that. And then bring this sucker up here so that the top and bottom matches. Like that. Yeah. Now, pardon me while I run along the path here to... did I give them all the same color? I may not have. No, I did not give them all the same color. Oh, I'm spectacular. Okay. What is this again? That is a New World sign. Okay, thank you. There we are. Alright. Signs. Wall signs. Scroll, scroll, scroll. They're alphabetical. Little further. There's M. Okay, here's the New World signs. New World editable sign. Yes, I want to add it to that group. Thank you. And pop that down there. Give it a good sync. And this is the Arctic Snow Owl. And the body of the text. Now, why is it like that? Okay, let's take out the Arctic and just call it the Snowy Owl. Okay, I think the problem is that the lowercase l is just practically invisible. So, what if I do it this way? That'll do. I don't know whether it's a snow owl or a snowy owl, so I'm just gonna go with the cutesy version because I can. And actually, I don't like the label being over the window, so we're gonna pop that up here instead. And then here is the trick that one uses in order to get people to actually look at your fake exhibits. We go into Media Devices and Education, and then we just keep looking until we find this, which is the marker for a vista point. It is telling your people at the zoo, hey, this is a really pretty spot that you can use for photo opportunities. And you just pop one of these down in front of your fake exhibit. And then just, I like to label them with what the fake exhibit is supposed to be, just so that I know that people have looked, which ones people have looked at. So you just pop one of those down and people will periodically come and look at the thing. Back to construction, because there's one more thing that any habitat needs above all other things. Well, also I haven't actually put the roof back on, but we will take care of that in a minute. Firstly, this place needs a door. So, just take this. And I'm gonna pop it down right there. Sink it just far enough into the wall. Admittedly, this is really not the kind of door that one would be using for this. For small animals, one would generally use an airlock style door to prevent escapes. But I'm lazy. There's the one thing I can say is that owls definitely can't turn doorknobs, so one habitat door. I will fix the rest of that up later, in a bit. Okay, and then, oh, that's not good. Did I not include the door as part of the... That's not good. It's not the end of the world, but it's also, that is an oversight that I should not have made. Okay, pop that roof on. Make sure I didn't break anything. I don't think I did. It's hard to tell with all the blue. Okay, the back tree is not coming through the roof. In some cases, I would use a spotlight just to point out the animals better, but I think that this is good enough as far as lighting goes. Admittedly, I do have a lot of glare off the window right now, but okay, and I'm going to use a water bowl here because it's just about the right size. This will never actually contain water. It also feels like it's not flat. Yeah, it's flat all right. Alright, put that in there like that. Flip over to this group. Grab these. Duplicato. Bring that over here. What I'm trying to do here is basically just create a fake food dish. Admittedly, this particular fake food dish is not going to have any fake food in it because there isn't anything that replicates dead mice in this game. So it's going to be an empty food dish, but this is where the food would be when they have food. Ta-da! So that ends up being the Arctic snowy owl, all nicely tucked away in its exhibit. Now over here, we're going to use the dirt. And I'm just going to carve in a dirt path here. That the keepers use in order to get into the snowy owl pen. And frankly, with the landscaping paint, you don't want to make it any, like the one, even at 100% is useless. So what you want to do is put in too wide a swath with the 2, and then come in with the 1 and narrow it with something else. So now we have a little path that goes to the snowy owl's door. And I have some plant life to fill in. We will turn off the tundra. However, I'm just gonna hop in here. Could I have a volunteer, please? Thank you, Jason. Asia, North America, Europe, taiga, tundra, temperate. This is just in case I end up poking anything into the timber wolves. That means that all the plants around them are going to be ones that they tolerate. But what I want here is like some fairly thick ground cover that I can put in here that will cover up this little bit of white and also keep this from looking super, super blank. And I think I want a nice big tree right here that will basically block this sight line forever. So I think I should start with that. We need a nice large-ish tree that blocks all the way to the ground. But that is also fairly skinny because I don't really want to be poking through the wall into the timber walls. Which the black spruce, unfortunately, it meets the requirement on one side, but it does not meet the other requirement. So, black poplar, if I yank it down, no, I don't think there's any way I can keep that from coming through the wall. I think cypress. Cypress will come to my rescue. Cypress is a lovely skinny tree. And it will block sight lines without getting in the way. So we'll drop this lovely cypress right here. And you know what? We're gonna put another one on the other side. Kinda like that, but we're gonna... Yeah, it's coming through that wall. Now it's not coming through that wall enough to really be noticed, but I'm still gonna nudge it this way. That's good. And it's not actually coming through the Timberwolf wall. And make sure it's not floating. Oh, that's not gonna work. It just keeps coming through the path, doesn't it? Wait a minute. Okay, we can say that's just coming through the railings, right? And it's not... Well, it is coming through this wall. Darn it. Plan C. Do like that. Basically, I'm using this to just block my being able to see these rocks anymore. So... I do kind of wish that I had something where I could set for random heights. Because random rotation is great, but... Man, I'd really love some random height. this is solely for me so that when I come skimming over here, I don't see my Arctic rocks. I just want to be clear on that. This is not because of how the people feel or anything like that. This is because I don't want to be coming along, look down, and see that. So, yeah. If that makes me weak and cowardly, so be it. Weak and cowardly shall I be. So, yeah. Cafe the Witch, hello! Welcome to the stream. Don't mind me while I hide my abominations from myself. I've almost got it filled now. How am I doing? I am actually doing very well. I am making very good time on taking care of this emptiness problem that I have going on around the Timberwolves. So I am feeling pretty good. Let's put that there. And we'll put another one like here. And then there. Can't sleep, so hello, here I am. I'm guessing that you are in a very different time zone than I am because it's only almost 8:30 in the evening for me. So my guess is you are somewhere in Europe. Okay, I still need some form of ground cover for in here. No, I'm not going to use daffodils. They're very pretty, but they're also very spiky. So it's very easy to accidentally poke them through walls, and I have a very narrow area to work here. So... Let's see, what have I got? I could use the hawthorn. They're also very fluffy, but they're a slightly more contained fluffy. Oh, no, that's not as contained as I'd hoped. Nope, they're too wide. That's a pity. I do like the hawthorns. Hawthorns are pretty. No, maybe I can use them over here? Oh, no, not really. I'll figure out something to use over there. Probably some flowers. What else have I got? We have the Labrador teas. Which really, they look a lot like Queen Anne's lace to me. I have a nice news. Thank you very much. I have been working on it for a while. It's actually, if I back up a little, I have been working on it for a while. That's the entrance over there, and I have been working my way outwards from there. But yeah, right now, the Timberwolf habitat, I'm very happy with it, but because of the way that I built the paths, I ended up with these big empty spaces, and they have been waiting for a really long time to be filled in. There's just, it's a whole lot of emptiness going on around here, so I'm attempting to fix the problem, mainly by making fake exhibits of owls, since, you know, Planet Zoo does not have owls. And as far as the announcements go so far, Planet Zoo 2 doesn't have owls either. Could never, especially at this time. Oh yeah, it's definitely a lot of work. It is not for everybody. Like, I enjoy pulling off this kind of shiz, but I am well aware that this is very very time consuming and maybe a little bit ridiculous for people. I'm gonna use the nettles because I think the color goes really well with the cypress trees. This is gonna take a really long time though, because even the biggest patch of nettles it's teeny. But yeah, what I'll do is, this can mainly be done in 2 rows. So if I just sort of skim down this wall, not really good at staying at things. I change so many times. Oh, I see. Yeah, I have several friends for whom that is the case. This is definitely more of a let's call it a hyperfixation game. This is a good game to fixate on for a while. Not in the best time of my life. Yeah. I understand that as well. Like, sometimes life gets busy and hectic, and there just doesn't feel like there's time for the long play games like the big 4X strategy games, or the or for the management games like this one. Don't mind me while I go absolutely nuts with these. I want some really thick ground cover through here, so I don't really love the color of the short grass. So when I go for stuff like this, I tend to try and cover up that color as much as possible. As I don't use mods, so I'm fully stuck with what the game offers me. But that is one thing about this game, is that because, like, if there were animals in this place that I'm working, I would not be able to get away with this. This would just be too much plant. It would be too thick. But when you're doing decor areas, or just trying to fill in blank spaces, honestly, the more plants, the better. The visitors respond to quantity. They don't respond, variety doesn't seem to make as much difference to them. as just the amount of plant that they are walking by. So doing something like this, where it's a very thick plant cover in an area that they walk through a lot, just really helps with them thinking that they're in a beautiful place. Even though it's all the same plant, and if they actually touched the plant, they would not be half so happy. Just gonna do like a line of these on either side of the path here, just so that things looked more planned. Thing is, I have my girlfriend for 6 years, but I made big mistakes, so she left me for about 3 months now, but we still live together because is it a can't break the lease situation? Because those can get really uncomfortable really fast. Like, it can be a situation where you can't really break the lease, but neither of you can afford the rent by yourselves, so you're just stuck with each other until the lease ends. I do not like how I did that. Let's try that again. I don't love having the plants in the garbage can, but I think it's going to be necessary here. So I'm just gonna... Okay, that is better. That is much better. Admittedly, the nettles are now coming up through the garbage can, but... But yeah, breakups are bad enough when you can actually just walk away from each other. When you're living together and neither of you can actually move out, it's so much worse. Okay, I got distracted. I think I need some flowers. You know what? Are these available in... Oh, they are. Okay. I want some oxeye daisies here. Because they have a similarity to the nettles, but they're not exactly the same, so I can run them into each other without it looking super weird. And then another thing is that when you are covering a larger amount of ground, like I am now, you want to go in with the biggest ground cover piece that you have in whatever it is that you're using, and cover as much as you can with that, and then go in with increasingly smaller sizes, or decreasingly smaller sizes, to fill in the bits around in the gaps. Especially when you have a bit of an odd shaped space like what I'm working with here. because I don't really want to bring the flowers into the Timberwolf's habitat. Like, them touching a little bit is fine, but I don't actually want them inside. I will be extending these daisies this way. However, this is the unfinished edge of the zoo, and I don't actually know how far I'm going over there, so I'm leaving that bit alone over there for now, because I don't know how far I would be taking the daisies over there. So that's about what I can do with the large ones. So we'll go down to the medium, fill in that hole there, come along the edge of the train tracks. Over along here. They're playing nicely with the nettles. I like that. And then down to the smallest one to bring that along here in this little edge in between the train tracks and the Timberwolf wall. In fact, yeah, I'm not going to bring them all the way along. We're going to go to approximately the window area and then call it good. Oh, train! Can't put my flowers down when I can't see them. I'm just going to nudge these a little bit deeper into the ground so they're a little more subtle over here. Whoop! No, I don't want to be inside that wall, thank you. No, I want to be under the bridge, not in the bridge. About like that. Yeah. Alright. Now, assuming I haven't shoved things too far through the wall, or at all through the wall, lucky. Okay, and check on the Timberwolf side. Oh, we do have a little bit of wall creep here. Just gotta figure out which one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. Scooch. Good enough. I'm going to wait to do this side until I build this, because I think I'm going to want to take whatever I do over here underneath these stairs and out the other side, the way that I did here. So, yeah. Are you talking to only Twitch, or I only stream live on Twitch. I do archive my videos on YouTube, so you can find previous streams on my YouTube channel, but I do not stream live to Twitch. But I do have the YouTube channel that I archive my streams on. Okay, so this one's going to get a little bit complicated, as I should cross off the snowy owl on my list. So these are burrowing owls. And while I am in fact going to leave them fairly clustered, especially the ones that are in the burrows. Burrowing owls need space, so I am going to be extending this particular exhibit out to this corner-ish, which is going to make this one much smaller, but that's less of an issue. The main thing is that, yeah, this one's going to be a little bit of a weird shape because of the way that the path curves. So we're gonna have a time with this one. Like we have a lot of unusual shape going on here. So I'm probably not going to be able to build a nice cube the way that I did over here. Alas, woe, suffering. Alright, construction, walls. Now, going by the pattern, this one should be some form of wood. And let's see, do I have burrowing owl written down as far as habitat goes? No, I do not, but I know that they are plains, scrubland, desert sort of things. So, and I believe that they're North American, so we don't want to go with bamboo here. Actually, wait a minute. Let's do this the same way and say I want to look at wood and only wood. I don't want to go with the logs. Mostly because they're a pain in the butt to roof. We could go with the woven grass or the woven bark. It's Oceanian, but I don't know. It gives me a little bit of a prairie vibe, a little bit. There's the stained wood, which I think is going to be a bit too much. We want something that, you know, doesn't cause the owls to get completely lost. Because here we do have a problem with the owls. In real life and in the game, the owls are very tiny. So I think I may want to go with a false floor, like actually using this floor, like this as the floor, but I don't really want the walls to be the same. But that, unfortunately, working with wood walls doesn't leave me with a massive number of options, alas. You know, I'm gonna go with the woven bark, I think. Okay, turn off angle snap. Let's see if I can find a straight edge that actually likes this area. If I kind of line it up to the stairs, I think my brain will be happiest with that. We'll use that. And move this over here. I think what I'm going to do is put the door under the stairs and just sort of extend this path over that way. And that will give me the longest possible straight wall. Okay. Please stop flickering at me. There is no reason that you should be flickering at me. Cease and desist. Okay. I'm gonna have to go to a half grid. All right. Down to 2. I really want a straight back wall, but I don't think... Yeah, it's actually poking through into the Timberwolves right now, so I'm gonna have to come through and fix this. So... like that. Yeah, I'm liking that. That's good. It highlights how straight this path is not, but that is a problem for slightly more in the future me. Okay. Duplicate. Oh, come on. Oh, right. Like so. Okay. Progress or something. Alas, I'm going to have to do the 2-meter strip trick for the rest, which is going to make it a little slow, but But can I make it faster? Oh, this is a grid piece though, isn't it? No, wait, that's a non-grid piece. Hold up, I may have found a solution. Or the game may have offered me a solution to make things a little easier. Alright, we'll turn angle snap back on. We'll turn these suckers upside down. And I can use these things to make their own windows. Like that. If I just line up I said line up. Oh, they don't line up perfectly because I turned them upside down. Well, we're gonna make them as close as I can. Alright, we'll do like that. Turn off angle snap. Now, I don't care about coming out right to the grass or the edge of the path the way that I do on real exhibits. Oh no, doing it this way is making it way too hard on me. Hold on. We are going to have the thick lines because I will need to curve later. Like right now I can go flat. But I am gonna have to curve a bit later. And having the double thick lines is going to help me there. Actually, what if I took this? No, 15 is too much. That is a pity. So, like that. And like that. That'll do. this last edge is going to have to be a little... It'll be fine. But in order to make the corner look halfway reasonable, we are going to have a teeny window. Although possibly... Oh, look at that. The game will in fact let me get away with making the window just a little bit bigger. Yeah. And then, if I am lucky enough, okay, take this. It would appear that the 1 meter panel is just right. Okay, thankfully that is just a little bit faster than I had thought it would be. Admittedly, putting the glass in these windows is going to be a little time consuming, but actually building this whole thing has been remarkably painless. I will figure out a roof later. But with this 1 meter panel being just about the right height. That is another way when you're building your own habitats or buildings or what have you. Building as much as you can on the grid before going into the fiddly details, like what I'm doing now, so that you have the least amount of fiddly. And there are certainly ways to disguise the fact that you have built on a grid. I'm not bothering to because I don't actually need to disguise that. I don't mind having square edges. Some folks like to avoid square edges because it looks too artificial to them. It's all a matter of personal taste. I realized that I didn't come out as far as I intended to here. I like this too much to abandon it though, so I will have this little gap to fill in, but that does actually give me a place to put the path to the opossum door without having to sacrifice space on this side. So, you know what? I am not complaining. Alright, one more. Okay. Whoop! And straight into a tree. that is me finished with the Oceanian stoof. So we're actually going to exit construction, going to grab the group, and figure out some colors for this. I want to start with the trim color. I definitely want to stay in the brown family, but I think I want this all to be a bit paler than it is. So let's pull this here. I'm gonna pull this to the yellow edge, actually. And like that. And a little bit more yellow. And there we go. Okay, that's giving me a bit more of a... That's giving me a little bit more of a straw feeling. A bit more of a grass feeling. Alright, I'm just gonna pop in here. These are a color. What color are they? I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy that color. Now, I think plaster will actually work for this. So, come in here. We want plaster. And I want non-grid pieces of plaster. As large a square as I can put my fingers upon. Do we have that? We have solid blocks. Plaster cones. Plaster circles. The plaster is all in grid. That does not help me. Okay, fine. It's a little more textured than I intended to go, but I guess we're going to be working with the mud. Non-grid mud. And change that color. It is rather more textured than I had intended. But what I'm gonna do is this is something that is used in real zoos very often, where when they have a very small animal, the viewing area, the floor will be raised so that it's easier for people to see the animal. They don't have to peer down at it. So I'm going to raise this to just barely below the edges of these windows that I've set up. And then I'm going to make sure that I am not coming out the sides. and fill this in as much as I can. With the big pieces. Which I'm going to do in the laziest way possible. Just keep running them into each other so that the seams disappear. The nice thing about mud is that when the mud walls is that when you overlap them, they don't flicker. There's a lot of stuff that flickers. But thankfully, the mud does not. Okay. And then delete that. Delete that. Yeah, delete that. Tuck this. And tuck this. Tuck, 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 tuck. Okay. Now I'm just going to come along here, duplicate, turn this into a smaller piece. Like that. And just start using this smaller piece to fill in this edge. It doesn't have to be perfect because as long as it doesn't come out the other side, it can be tucked into the wall a bit without any problems, so. So as long as I get it approximate, we're good. Just make sure I haven't come out the other side because all these walls are very thin. Not. And with that, we have a dirt floor. A raised dirt floor. This is where we come into a problem with the group being the way that it is, but we just grab. Whoop. We just grab this group and oh, I see. We have a We have a situation. That is a little bit of a problem. Okay, I'm gonna need to find... hopefully they're labeled as owls. Let's see. I need the burrowing owls group. There they are. Robust's burrowing owls. We are going to drop them over here. Whoop. And that means that I can then come through and tricky. Very tricky. I'll just get their little heads where they're sticking above. And the ones that are hidden below, we'll just have to deal with their existence. I will leave those rocks there because I don't want to deal with them now. Ta-da! Alright, how much of you is one group? Please tell me that the owls that are in the burrows are also part of this. I don't think they are. I want these. Really? That owl is floating. That can't be right. Well, we'll deal with that later. I want this, like, here. And rotate like that. It's a little far. There. Yeah. Okay, I think that red one is for the burrow. So I'll go like that. And this one, I'll bring down like this. And this one, that will do nicely. I definitely need to be careful about doing one element at a time, apparently. So put that there. I do not know exactly how communal burrowing owls actually are. But I've been given such a variety. So I'm just gonna, we're just gonna pretend that burrowing owls like to live in colonies. We're just gonna pretend that. And also it allows me to scatter these little guys around a bit. Also, some of them do look just really good together. Like these two, I kind of want to leave them together because they look good standing together like that. That's not actually inside the enclosure. Do. I love these little owls. When I saw them in the workshop, I knew I had to use them. Okay, you are going to be lurking around near the back, just to justify how big this place is. I do need more rocks. Yeah, I think that exploding one of the burrows is probably the best way to go about this. So oh, I see. You're actually temple pieces. You're not rocks at all. Okay. Temple. Yeah, those are these. Man, I thought these were aquatic rocks. Oops. I forgot rule 1. Okay, now I can change the rocks because the game remembers the color. Don't mind me while I adjust things. This would be a little easier if they were aquatic rocks. Alright, Lego all of these. And that. Paler. That's good. And then let's go with that. Oh yeah, that's totally close enough to count. I'm stunned he didn't use aquatic rocks. I guess the temple pieces were easier. But with the aquatic rocks, we have these movie things. Which are just scaled better. There isn't as great a variety of the aquatic rocks as there are of the other rocks, alas. But we can make use of what is available. And honestly, the little boulders are really good in their own way. These boulder sets are great. So if we mix these with the temple rocks, which admittedly, now that I have made everything flat, do not work quite as well, but Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, you know what? I'm doing all the background and none of the foreground. Oh no. Shame on me, shame. Bring me some more boulders. Little ones. You know, I think I did a pretty good job color matching these. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Please don't mind the slight bumpings and poppings in the background. It is a long weekend here and some people will take any excuse. Okay. I believe that these two are the only owls I haven't used. This guy is absolutely taking a rock. As burrowing owls can fly, but they are also excellent runners. Oh boy. Gotta be careful not to show too much of the back of the owls. One more owl. That I'm gonna put down in the foreground. Whoops. Okay, we gotta sink this one just a little bit further so that the red thing does not want to do the flickering. There we go. One little dude right up against the glass. Nice. Okay. You know what? Let's stop trying to stick to the wrong edge. No, no, absolutely not. Stop that! I demand that you cease and desist immediately. Alright, we guess we'll have to do this manually because it keeps wanting to treat the edge of the walls instead of the surface. Okay, and then make sure I got all the owl bits, and yes, that does sound weird to say. Now, we do need some plant life here. So, back to plants. I'm gonna pull up grassland and desert because they are prairie owls, as I remember. I wish that I'd written it down, but I did not, so so I don't really want to use cacti. But I think we do want to get some of the dry buffalo grass going in here. If only to disguise the ground a bit. We're going to be setting this to a sane height for owl viewing, not to a sane height for grass. That's a sane height for owl viewing. Because the main thing is to try to get this to look like dirt rather than the mud plaster that we all know it is. So, while I don't want to do completely full coverage with the grass, I do want to put in enough to make it look like it's growing. I'm gonna have to go to a smaller clump. There we go. Optical illusions. It's mostly what I deal in here. I am not going to be using the small buffalo grass because it is, well, I'll show you. It's got some very high tufts compared to the rest of the grass. It doesn't work quite as well. And yeah, it comes through the rocks kind of weird. So that one is not going to work so good. But yeah, that's It's looking much closer to my thoughts. Like that. I'm gonna use like just a few more of these because I feel like just one wouldn't be growing. There would be multiple. Whoop! I used the wrong button. Because I agree with the owl creator, this grass looks right with the owls and the rocks. And because it's not a real exhibit, it does not actually matter what the quote-unquote home biome is. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this. That is a little bit much, I think. I like these, but they're a little too decorative. I know it's a really weird thing to say, but I'm looking for stuff that looks dry, but fairly sparse. Like, lovely, but definitely not sparse. I don't need the drin grass because I used the buffalo grass. Similar with the sand sedge, you don't need both buffalo grass and sand sedge unless you are going for a really overgrown grass look, which I am not. I am lacking in dry things. I think this might be the wrong colorway here. I think I'd be looking for something a little more brown. Ah, like that. Okay. So this is like a slightly different color from the grass. Just a little bit taller. And we can use it just here and there. This is why I haven't put the glass in the windows, by the way. This way I can work without getting the glare off of the glass, and I can actually see what's going on. I'm going for a little bit of subtlety here this time. So that we've got plant life going on, but the owls aren't completely overwhelmed. Because they are itty bitty. Yeah, these don't look much good unless they're full height. But full height, they're a little big for what I'm going for here. Like, I will use them, like, in the rocks, I think. But I gotta be careful about them being away from the rocks. Yeah, that's enough of those. Just gonna use this a little bit to add a little bit of variety to the grass. Keeping it very low. Because once again, we don't want to be overwhelming the owls. Also don't want to be coming out the walls. Do have to check for that. I will have to fix that. That one I'm not going to bother to fix. I won't even be able to see that by the time that I'm finished, so... I'm just gonna put a hedge along there. I'm just gonna put a nice hedge along there and we'll never see it again. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Not that one. Fine, you know what? It's sticking out, so maybe we can use this one? Nope. I sunk them too low, I can't grab them again. Oh no! Oh well. I am probably going to have to move that grass, but... Okay, let's see here. Oh, that is way too big. That is even bigger. I feel like this is a little large, but props. Let's see. Theme, flag, fence, archway, general, souvenir, decals. Let's try the souvenir. Maybe there's something I can use in here. No, there is not. I was hoping for some like display trays, but no. What about some general props? You know, that might do. That could be the answer. I was kind of hoping for like an oblong, but I think the terracotta base is going to be the better one. It's not quite what I was picturing, but it's shallow enough that I think it will do. And there's multiple owls, so I'm just gonna put out like a couple. Yeah, that feels right. Okay, now for the reason why I kind of want to put the door under the stairs. And that is because this floor is higher, this door has to be higher. Also, we need to turn off random rotation. We're gonna use up there. I don't even know which way this thing's facing now. Okay, that way. And then that way. I'm pulling it backwards this way. Why? You were flat to the top, so why would you not be flat to this wall? Oh, Houston, why do we have this problem, Houston? Alright, let's try this again. How about maybe you don't attach yourself to the back wall? Maybe, like don't attach yourself to the top of the wall. I don't know why you want to do that. I want you to attach to the middle of the wall. This makes absolutely no sense. Why does it want to do it like that? Is it just this door? No, it's the other doors too. It's gotta be the Oceanian bull. See, there's absolutely no reason why it should be doing that. I have made life very difficult for these zookeepers, haven't I? Somebody's gonna break an ankle, it's an OSHA problem. Okay. The zookeepers are going to have a very bad time. It's all for the illusion. Okay, and then turn that around. Sink it in as much as I can get away with, which is pretty darn far, actually. I will have to shift some rocks so that nobody breaks an ankle. But that's okay because I need those rocks. Okay, these are going to move over here. These are gonna scooch like that. And now, hopefully, we will not have an OSHA violation. Back out here. Temple. Don't mind me while I just set my colors. There are so many different groups involved in these burrowing owls. It's really quite impressive. Okay, how wide are you? We're gonna go with these. It would be easier if these weren't, like, a little angled, but... Even steps? Who heard of them? Who's she? Okay, I'm gonna try and square off the edges. I do not know how well this is gonna work. There are no railings, so this is still an OSHA violation. They're flickering real bad. Also, with where this arrow has ended up, it is really difficult. I think I'm gonna have to do this with multiple pieces, and I hate that. But yeah, I wish that I had a slab that was the right size and shape, but I don't, so we're just gonna have to make do. And yes, I know that rounded steps like this are also an OSHA violation waiting to happen. I know, okay? I know. These are definitely not even stairs. It'll be fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Whoop. And then duplicate this one so that we go properly into the ground. And so on and so forth. Oh, they're flickering so bad. I'm so glad I'm going to spend so little time under here. Okay, the rest actually go into the ground, so we're fine. We will not address the lack of railings. I decline to speak on that matter. Alright, back out here. Favorites. You know, now that I think about it, I still hadn't... It's fine, everything's fine. Meanwhile, the narrator, everything was not fine. Yeah, it's maybe not the most fine that I've ever find. Especially since none of the angles are actually obeying me today. Can I actually get away with using glass here, or is it too thick for the walls? Oh, it's exactly the same thickness as the walls. Oh no. Also, hi Madlib. Welcome to my nightmare. My nightmare is happening right now. Okay, this is the most unsafe thing I shall ever do. Not like this, not like this. Please, not like this. No, never like this. Why are you that way? What even? This is probably the least safe thing to do when you are having people view birds. It is highly not recommended. Whenever you're between tasks, I have an extremely unrelated question. Well, I'm going to be at this meshwork for a while, so I will happily field your question while I do this ridiculously repetitive task. That is going to be difficult because the mesh is not on the same plane as everything else. Not thinking about it. What are your thoughts on the game Vintage Story? And immediately there is the commercial break. Let's see. Vintage Story... That's one of the farming ones, isn't it? I don't play a lot of farming games. The thing that I have with farming games is that I start them with the best of intentions, but then I get tired of them. For those who know like how I spend my days and stuff, what a surprise answer is I don't actually like gardening very much. So I start farms with the best of intentions, and then I get tired of the farming part, and I just sort of meander off. I haven't actually played Vintage Story. I think it's a farming game. Oh my god, freedom. I don't think badly of it, but it's just it isn't something that I've thought much about, I have to admit. I will say that I've never heard anything bad about the game. But that's about the best I can give you. Okay, only 3 more panels left to go. Why are they all on a different plane? I don't know. Normally this is a lot easier. I don't know what to do about the roof on this one. Maybe. It might be a little bit too much, but maybe if I make it a bit darker than the walls are? I mean, I could always go through and give it a mesh roof the same way as I've given it the extremely unsafe for both human and owl mesh windows. Some of the children who people very ill-advisedly bring to my zoo are gonna stick their fingers in here, and the owl is going to be like, "Ooh, mouse!" And it's going to be horrible, and I'm gonna get sued if I don't get sued first for the OSHA violations that are the entrance to this particular habitat. Oh man, I'm sticking out on this side too. Okay, I'm just gonna put a hedge around this thing. This thing's getting a hedge. Either darker than the walls, otherwise I vote log cabin style. Why are you admitted this on video? What, you mean about the OSHA violation that is the stairs to get in, here? They're not dangerous at all. Nobody is gonna fall off and break a leg. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. There will be no problems. Accessibility where? I mean, I will be, generally speaking, people who are needing mobility devices do not become zookeepers. Or they don't stay zookeepers once they need the mobility device. Generally speaking. It's not really that there's no accessibility, it's that it's not safe for the animals or the person. Now, where was I? Oh yes, roof. Ceiling. I think I have like 2 or 3 different styles of thatched roof that I can choose from here. My only issue is that like this is really strongly line textured, so I want to be very careful about putting more lines on the roof that are going to be going in a different direction. So there's the Indonesian thatched roof. That tends to rise very high though. It's a very steep roof, so it's not generally the best choice. I find very few places that I can use this, even though it is actually quite visually nice. Of course, there is the woven bark, which you can, you know, they have that's actually what I'm using rather than grass. The only problem here is that because I have a bit of a variant shape, I may have to go with just a solid something roof, the way that I have the solid floor, just so that I can do the weird shape. Yeah, actually, I think I might be stuck. I think I might be stuck there. Nope, not the painted brick. I think that rather than thatch, I'm gonna have to go with concrete. if I can find it. Okay, this is not being helpful at all. Back to the walls. Oh man, why do they gotta be so thick? Ah, well. What is the biggest non-grid piece that they're gonna let me have? 4x2, huh? Take it to the orange area. There. Oh man, I've got it a bit low. Oh no. Okay, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I've got it set to the top of the wood, so this should actually end up looking okay. We're going to pretend that it has some sort of drainage for the rain that never actually occurs here, right? Then we let go of that. We grab all of these. Like that. And like that. Then delete the ones that we don't need. Don't worry, I will continue fixing it. It'll be just like the floor. Everything will be fine. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna delete that one. I'm gonna delete this one too. Oh, no, wait. No! Oh, undo, undo. We'll tuck this one. I didn't realize how much ground that was covering. I should have when I was looking at it. I did not tuck that far enough. There we go. And I'll just duplicate this. Realize I still have angle snap on. The concrete panels in this game are also good for this. I personally think the mud panels are better, but there are just some places where you don't want a texture as strong as the mud panels, and that's where the concrete panels come in. They still have a texture, but it's not as strong of a texture as the mud panels. So it's usable in situations where you don't want like a massive amount of texture the way that the mud is. Does texture still sound like a word to y'all? The good news is I'm pretty much done saying that word now. Texture? Never heard of it. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna need a smaller piece. Let's go down to the 1x2. Because this little area here is just a pain in the butt. Let's see, if I angle it like this, and then like that. There! Ah! Mistakes were made. We're gonna go this way instead. Just keep wiggling it until it covers, but doesn't stick out. There we go, there we go. Okay, I win. I win. The victor is me. There. And now we have a roof that looks like it was poured all as one piece. Just keep wiggling until the head... Oh my, Mad Lib. Those people were just walking backwards for a while. Oh yes, hi to your boy, Mad Lib. Just as a by-the-by, I'm just reminded all of a sudden for some reason. And yes, I am a terrible person. We've been over this before. My boy has stolen the bathroom like an asshole. But hey, by the time he's done, he'll have a really clean one at least. Right? You know, there's a certain amount of feeling victory when I get you to use that emote. Okay, we'll just tuck that in there like that. And we will call this... We will call this the Burrowing Owl. And, you know, everything is orange here. Everything is orange here. I don't like that orange. Wait, I'm in the correct family. There we go. I got it. I have no words. I asked about Vintage Story because he personally encouraged me to play it with him, and now I want to keep playing. But he's doing this thing called working and sleeping. Is it one where you can have multiple save files, maybe? My partner and I have done it that way sometimes. But it's like Valheim that you don't... Oh, I see, I see. That does remind me, though. We did discuss online in public about, you know, possibly playing that cat mail game together. I'm gonna put this right here. Like, technically you can, but you shouldn't. Oh, I see, I see. Well, I don't have Vintage Story, but I do have Cat Mail and I do have Valheim, so, you know, we maybe should talk about scheduling and stuff. You know, not on stream, but... Now, let's see, what was this? Oh yes, the Burrowing Owl. There we go. Okay, and like that. And then nip that inwards. Make sure I'm not affecting the wolves over much. We're not going to talk about what's going on there. That's good. Okay, now turn off these biomes. I require a hedge. I agree wholeheartedly. Just send me a DM with possible timing ideas. I will have to think on that. My schedule is complicated this time of year, but I'm sure I can come up with something. I will figure something out. This is a lot thicker than I wanted it to be, but times must. The pity is that there isn't any hedge that is thinner than this. Try and get this as straight to this wall edge as I can. And then tuck it into said wall as far as I can without it poking out the other side. I do not have it straight to the edge, I can tell you that. I think that's the best that I can do there. And then I always lower these hedges because I do not like the trunks on them. Just pester me last minute and I'll either be hell yes or hell no. How do they not have a thinner hedge? You know, I can't answer that question. They don't seem to have anything that's thinner than this, so I'm guessing that it's like something in their graphical settings. You know, some way that they're set up. So Like, they don't seem to have anything in the plants that is any thinner than this hedge, in both general and specific. So I think it might be something in their programming or their setup. I managed to do that without coming through the wall and without looking too freakish with the stairs. I wish to be praised. We need a squish function. Well, from what I've seen, Planet Zoo 2 is in fact going to have Planet Zoo 2 is going to have a function where you can resize things. Anything, just like Planet Coaster 2 has. So I have hopes and dreams and the realization that putting a hedge along this wall is going to be a pain in my ass, but I'm going to do it anyway. This hedge is going to have to be lower because we don't want it blocking the windows. So that's how high this hedge is going to be. And I'm going to have to noodle this around. Now this one, I don't actually have to worry about it showing inside because I put the floor right at the bottom edge of the window. Missed what you said. The boy has emerged from the bathroom that he stole like an asshole. Welcome back, boy. But no, it's just the realization that putting the hedge along this wall is going to be a bit painful. It is going to be a lot painful. Why? Why are you like this? I shall persevere. We'll fix it in post. Saying there's going to be more. Oh, yes. Planet Zoo 2, the sequel game, is releasing in October. And like Planet Coaster, it's going to have the ability to make things, all of the construction things and plant things, bigger or smaller. Which honestly is going to be awesome. I'm going to pretend that the hedges have like some sort of metal in them that is preventing people from approaching these windows too closely. Okay, now that I did that, we're gonna grab all of these front hedges. And I'm going to tuck them down just a little bit more so that they are properly underneath everything. As Kirito once said, put in his Sao Bridge. So many lawsuits. I mean, if this were a real exhibit with real owls in it, and there was mesh like this, absolutely someone is going to get their finger bitten by an owl. 100%. Especially this little guy who's hanging out so very close to the edge. He's going to be noshing on so many fingers. But in here, the only thing I can put down is a vista point, and all they want to do is take pictures of that. So maybe I'm cheating? Maybe I'm cheating. Bring this down, because I hate them trunks. I don't remember what media it was, but the one that comes to my mind is fuck them kids, but maybe you deserve to be able to cheat. I mean, I have learned a lot of things that I can get away with in this game that other games would not let me get away with. I know I'm sticking out way too far here, but I am not actually sure entirely whether or not I'm continuing this hedge down the back. I think I should. I just don't really want to be in there doing it. But I think it's what's gonna look right. Hate. Alright, let's turn on angle snap for this because it's a 90-degree. And then bring this out here like this. And like that. Watch it become painfully obvious that I did not actually go straight against the other wall. Like, there's a very real chance that I could embed myself in this wall further and further as I go along. Or drift further and further away from it. That was the other possibility. Oh boy. Alright, you grab all of these. Well, that proves it. I was not actually square against the other wall. Well, at least I didn't embed further in. That's actually harder to fix. Wait. I am still on. Turn off angle snap before doing this sort of adjustment. Okay, we are as close to correct as my eyeballs are capable of doing there. And then take this and just tuck that in there. Ta-da! The burrowing owls are spectacular. It's what you're owed by the game for suffering this nightmare of a grid system, or in your case, lack of a better grid system. I mean, I would be doing fine if I didn't have curves in my paths. Like, it is possible to build the entire zoo on the grid paths included, and never have to deal with a curve. Ever. I didn't do that. And unfortunately, there's really no way to get a curve to conform to a grid. You'll always have partial squares. Okay, so we're making good progress here. I've gotten 2 out of the 4 fills that I was going to be doing done. And I will say they are looking pretty good. So this area is filled in, and this, well, I do need to figure out some plant life that goes in here. Didn't The Sims 4 figure out how to combine grid and curve? I think they might have. I'll admit though that I have been avoiding the Sims games because I'm worried that they're going to suck me in forever and I'll never be seen again. Okay, so the question becomes, I should go on my break soon. So when I come back from my break, should I work on these last 2, or should I get started on the lake? I kind of feel like getting started on the lake. It's going to be horrifying, but it really needs to be done. And also, I really need to neaten up this part of the river. Like, pretty much everything past this bridge just needs to be smoothed out because it's hideous. But, yeah. The next big work on the zoo is going to be the aquatic section that I am calling the swamp, which is going to be our nocturnal aquatic animals, or semi-aquatic animals. And 2 of them are going to actually be living on the lake. So the lake project is going to be quite a lot of work. And I'm probably going to have to move the railroad. It's a very good chance I'm going to have to move the railroad in order to put in the lake. But the lake has to extend over here because I want it under this building that I have laid out the footprint of. But there's also the 2 creatures who are going to be living on it. So they're going to need space as well. So you know what? I'm going to start working. I'm going to start working on the... Well, I'm going to start working on finishing this river. And we're going to lay out the water areas for the creatures that I wish to live on the lake. And then we're going to start carving, I think. So that's going to be the project, and I will take care of these 2 exhibits on a different stream because I'm pretty sure that the terraforming is going to take the rest of the time. My goodness! What are the tapirs doing, guys? What, like, why are all of you staring at the tapirs today? I don't think I've seen the tapirs this popular in a while. Why are there so many people? Also, why is this here still? This shouldn't still be here. I don't want to think about that. I don't know why there's still an A here. There shouldn't be. Let's just take a quick moment here. The A must go. There we go. Okay. That was an oversight on my part that has been around for a very long time. But yeah, the tapir and the saltwater crocodiles are sort of an edge of the swamp section. But the main part of the aquatic nocturnal animals will be up there. But that'll be after my break. So I'm going to close that so that I'm not looking at it. We're going to save. There we go. And just in case of vulpine escape, I'm going to pause. And when I come back from my break, we will be working on finishing the river as the shape of it, not the decor of it, but finishing the shape of the river, and working on laying out the lake and getting that drawn in properly. So, whee, that's going to be a lot. But yeah, so I need to refill my drink. I need a quick bio break because I need to refill my drink. Maybe I'll run some ads, and I will be back in just a few minutes, and we'll get on that terraforming. Hello, I have returned from my break, and so I look upon my plans for terraforming, and I might despair just a little bit. But, you know, I want a big water feature. I want a big, complicated water feature. So this is a thing that I am going to have to do, basically. So, let's get back to the game, gazing upon my... Well, my river is quite nice up until this point. At this point, things start getting a little wrong with the river. So, the first thing that I need to do is to come in here and delete the water. Okay, why? Why did my deleting the water make you do that? You weren't touching that water. No one was touching that water. Now, part of the problem with this river is that it's just way too deep. And this end is frankly a mess. So... What were we not? Well, I took the water out of the river, and for some reason the female saltwater crocodile reacted as if I had removed their water, which she was in at the time. It was a very strange reaction because this water and that water don't touch. So, very weird. So, this river is a little too deep through this section, but I can hopefully fix that without breaking things. Now, I know that I have already removed the water, but we need to do some research. Alright, so I'm going to be having my alligators and my gharials living in this lake. So, American alligator. I know that only 2 of them. That's so bright. Yeah. Well, my zoo is always at night. So when I open up windows that are representing daylight, it is quite a significant difference. Okay, 2 adult alligators need 260 meters squared of water, at least. Alright, 260 meters squared. We're going to find the closest thing that I can. Over here. Oh, that is a regret. We go straight from 250 to 500. Alright, we're going to use 500. The alligators will be well served. Grab this sucker. This is just for their water. Their land is another matter entirely. We're gonna bring this over here. I don't have a specific spot for them yet, but I want to have it around. So we'll just bring this in here. And we're gonna bring it down here. And whoop, no, construction ALLI. We're going to stick an alligator to that so that we remember that that belongs to the alligator. Put it under the railroad. It'd be so fun. I will not put the alligators or the gharial under the railroad, but I would like to have the tracks go over the water, so I would like to have the railroad go over the lake. I might even put the train station over the lake. I'm not sure. There will definitely be paths going over the lake, and I think I would like the railroad to go over the lake. And there definitely has to be a railway station for the swamp. So I might put that, I'm either going to put that on the edge of the lake or on the lake. I haven't decided which. Okay, so that's the alligators. And then the gharials. Also 2 adults. 330 meters squared. Okay, so once again, we don't have actually that size. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take another one of these 500s. And remove the alligator. And hope that I have something that is a gharial. I do not. Unfortunate. Okay, well, I guess the one that doesn't have a thing on it is going to be the... No, that's a Cayman. That's not helpful. Okay, so we have alligators and the ones that are not alligators, and these guys are going to be living on the lake, but they're definitely not going to be living that close. We want to have paths so that people can look at them while they're in the water, but I don't want them sharing a path, because then you end up with people trying to look off both sides, and you end up with a clog. You do not want a clog in your path. That's very bad. Okay, so we need to make space for those 2 somewhere on the lake. This one is going to be in that spot, and the lake is going to go underneath it. Okay, we're going to use dirt for this so that I can see what the heck I'm doing. And yeah, let's go like that. I want to bring the river to here. Why are you like this? And then it ended up being too deep again. This is the problem with the terraforming, really. Whenever you're trying to freeform shapes, things get messy. And it would appear that I have drawn the rest of the river with stone and not dirt, so this is my mistake. Whoop! Now, why did you just skid off that way? Why would you do that to me? Do. This river is still too deep, but at least this part is shallower. The whole thing doesn't have to be perfect. Thank goodness. Like this part is not actually going to be visible. It's only the surface that's really going to be visible, but I also don't want it to be too wide, you know? I'm trying to do what I can to kind of smooth out the edges without making them like super rounded. I would like the most square edges possible, to be honest. Okay, let's try putting some water in this. Let's make sure we put the right depth of water in this. Hold on a moment. Uh-oh. Oh, I broke it, but good. The water's too low. Okay, where is the problem? Here is the problem. Okay. I have made it worse. Okay, the main problem here is that this water is coming to just about the tops of the arches, whereas this water is significantly further down. That is a problem. Okay, so it was sitting in the right place before. Why will it not sit in the correct place now? Like, I want it there. But it won't sit there. Why won't it sit there? As you can see, I managed to keep the river much shallower here than I did further down. And I'm not sure how to fix it. Like, I got much deeper coming in through here. I have a real sloping problem going on here. But yeah, it's not along here that is causing the problem, although we are getting way too deep here, and that is... Don't mind me while I... It is very tempting to force this into daylight so that I can see what the heck I'm doing, but... Okay, what I'm gonna do, because it may well be what all is going on down here. Alright. Barriers. Glass. Angle snap. Come on, come on. Over here. Yes, over there like that. Yes, thank you. I really wish I could rotate you after the fact, but... Okay. Put that there. I still can't get this to sit as high. So it's something that I've done before that barrier. Oh, that is a significant difference too. Okay, is that the barrier fucking with me? It shouldn't be. That is a plenty high barrier. Okay, so... What? The palace cats? There is one spot of dirt in there. One! What are you talking about? Habitat cleanliness is a... That is 60%... That is 40% dirty? That is 40% of dirt? That? It's not even poop. Okay, that will be taken care of. Let's go argue with the terraforming some more. Okay, so the main question is, where did I heck up here? It does not appear to be this wall. Which leads me to believe that it must be this one. I hecked up something along here. I just wish I could figure out what it was. Alright, let's try it again. I want is this level. Why can't I have it anymore? Maybe this? I don't recall having changed that, but... You know, that might be the problem right there, but I don't remember touching that just now. But that's way too close there. The heck's going on there? Work a lot better if I were actually using the tool and not the brush. That doesn't look bad on this side, but I think it's still low. Yeah, it's still way low. Where did I go wrong? I'm making things worse by significant degrees. Why is the palace cat habitat still dirty? Okay, it's something is the problem with the section that I fixed. I just have to figure out what it is. feel like I'm making things worse. I really do. Okay. Also, just on the off chance, going to make this a little longer. I do so love having these arguments with water. Is there a cap of water depth? No. There is not a cap on how deep it is. It's just, mostly it's the visual. The deeper the water is, the darker the color. So I kind of want the river to be semi-consistent, but it's not. Right now, what's battling me somehow is the walls. I want the water this high. It won't let me have the water this high. It won't tell me why the water can't be this high. But that's what's going on right now. So there is a minimum depth. Like water needs to have a minimum depth, but there isn't a maximum depth. So at this point, what I'm trying very hard to do is make it so that my water will be close to the same depth as the lake, which is the previous piece of water. But because the game is not telling me where my problem is, where the water is not contained, I'm having a little bit of a And the problem is that I can't actually terraform underwater. Once the water is there, I can't move dirt around. So right now I'm just trying to sharpen up my edges in the hopes for some water containment. But I also can't terraform too close to barriers, so we're having a time. So I adjusted all of that, so let's take this barrier. The barrier is what is containing the water at this point. So why are you like this? Okay, I'm gonna put you here for the moment so that I can mess around with these walls. just pulling these out just a little bit to narrow things up. Okay, let's try that. This over here, and just in case this is a very different kind of argument, why have you done this? Okay, that looks pretty flat. That looks pretty flat. Do the thing. Just in case it's the barrier that's stopping me, we're gonna try it that way. Okay, it was not the barrier that was stopping me. What is stopping me? Why has this gone so wrong? Please don't make me have to redraw the path. Basically, there's certain, let's call them fail-safes. You can't terraform too close to a barrier. Even the null barriers stop me. You cannot terraform too close to a path. So, things are going a little weird and wrong around the path area, but I can't really fix it. Like, this should not be happening. It's entirely possible that this is the problem right here. But yeah, this is a thing that should not be occurring. I might have to take the barrier off in order to redo this section. Okay. I'm going to take from here to there. And move that all the way over there. Because the game should not be trying to make a bubble of water in this area. It really shouldn't. And I don't want to redraw the path. See, like, it's trying to... It's trying to make a really weird line of water going under the path here. I think that may be a good chunk of the problem, but I can't fix it without redoing the path. Like something has just gone really weird around here. I think this might be the problem, because I'm pretty sure I put that path in after I put the water in. Okay, we're going to have to do the horrifying thing. Take this out. Take that out. Whoops. No, 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 absolutely not. Okay, we're still obstructed, but we don't have a really freakish water line going on there anymore. So... we seem to have a secondary problem going on here. Fascinating. That should not be happening. Great, now I can't even see the line. See, we have a lot of really weird sort of little things happening, like here. See, that's just getting way too close to the barrier. That's... How many barriers am I gonna have to move for this? There's only so much I can do around this area because of there being the power thing there. See, this is all too high. Why is this too high? What is going on here? Like, none of this should be happening. Like, why is the water line there? The water line should absolutely not be there. Why are we so much lower here than it should be? Don't mind me while I experiment. There is no reason why it should be like this. It's gotta be having put in this path. But the more path I take out, the harder it's going to be to put it back. Yeah, see, really wonky things are happening around here. Barriers are easy to move around, but paths are more difficult to reset. that follows what appears to be an adequate line. I'm not sure. There's nothing there that should be a problem. Like, I've changed nothing there, so nothing there should be a problem. I took out the wonky edge along here. Oh, please don't let it be the railway track too. It shouldn't be the railway track. The railway track should be high enough. Oh lordy, is it this path? It was that path. It was the employee path. Oh no. Okay, I have many things that need to be fixed. Please let this continue working. I need these trees to not actually be part of the river. The river is just way too wide through here, so I've just... Let's not have a nubbin, shall we? Why and how did we get so wide through here? Whoops, too narrow, too narrow, too narrow. Okay, I think I see... If I push over this away... and pull this over... Oh, you can really see where I've been working, huh? I just can't seem to make this part of the river pretty. I mean, there's a bunch I can do with rocks and plants to help, but... That'll have to do. Okay, agua. Cool, that's gonna have to do. We're gonna pray that this is a straight line because I'm not gonna be able to make it work otherwise, but that is not a straight line. How dare you? That is a straight line. Alright, water has returned how it's supposed to be. The levels match. It's going to be even more fun on the other side, I promise you. You know, I don't actually let anyone use this path now that I think about it. I don't need this path. I don't need path going over here. I will need a rock to fill that hole. But this path doesn't need to exist. Oh dear. Whoops. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's all of it. Yes, that's all of it. Okay. Oh no. Yes, very visible the mistakes I've made. Whoops. Including that one. Okay, like that. Like that. what a fool I've been. Okay. I couldn't let this be a through path because for some reason the guests kept using it despite the guest barriers. So it was really weird. So, you know what, we're just not going to have a path there, especially if it's going to continue causing problems. Like if I ever have to take the water out of here again, okay. Oh boy. Let's see. Down here, this one, that is 8. If I'm really careful, oh wait, you have your posts on. No railing on the elevated, thank you. There we go. Okay, if I'm really careful, I can just line this up and we can pretend this never happened. This never happened! Okay, and then take these and move that back there. And then take these like that. And like that. And then this one goes in here like that. Alright, I've fixed the problem. I've fixed the problem. The problem is fixed. If I unpause, nothing is going to escape. I hate this portion of the river right here particularly. I will figure something out. Alright, we can unpause now. Nothing is broken, nothing is changed. This I kind of hate. I hate that this is not in the middle, but we'll work with what we've got. And bring that down there like that. I'm just trying to make this wall as low profile, literally, as possible. And I see absolutely no reason not to reuse what I have down here. Come with me. You are not coming with me in the way that I expected. Now for the fun part. As I attempt to get this appropriately lined up so that we can have the glass inside and the post hidden. This wall is not quite straight. The barrier wall, not the wall that I'm using as a quote-unquote dam is in fact straight, but the glass wall is not. But as long as we fully contain the glass wall within this, interestingly, the water seems to be deeper on this side than the other side, but I'm not going to think about that too hard. Because I'm not redoing this river again. We're going to make it look okay by using plants and stuff. Okay. Now that I've done that, it's time to make this less of a Marineris trench. Because I don't want the lake to be super deep, so the river that feeds into the lake can't be super deep, or else it's gonna look weird. This area is just going to be odd because of the barrier, but we are going to... We're basically going to leave that oddness alone so that I don't have to deal with it too much. Because I'm not moving this barrier at this point. I'm actually scared to shift the water. So, yeah. What we will do is come in here. What is this? Stone brick. Stone brick. Oh, here we are. This is it. It's not the same color, is it? I'm not entirely certain what's going on here, but I'm just gonna make things work in a way. Basically, this will vaguely be visible underwater. Less so with the deep water, but it's probable that the stuff on the other side is going to be slightly different. But yeah. Okay, so I have fixed up the river as much as I can or will fix up the river. This curve is going to have to be fixed by rocks because there's not really any other way around it. We'll figure that out. We have lake over here. Okay, so this is an exhibit area that I will be building. It connects over here, and I intend to also connect it over here, although I haven't quite got that worked out yet. It's not at the right height, but it's in the right place. We're being fancy and weird. So I want lake under this. So what am I using? I'm using dirt. Perfect. Okay. Now this won't go much of anywhere because of the path, but this spot is like the minimum depth that one needs for water. So I can go a bit deeper than this, but I do kind of need to because of the paths, I can't go under very far. But whoop, I just love how the flattened surface is working in this particular case. But yeah, so I'm going to go down to the 2. I said down to the 2. And I'm just going to use some sand. And I'm going to hope that that's a visible line under there. That is kind of the edge of the water that I want. We're going to pray that that is in fact visible. We're gonna find out. As remove-a-vous these paths because I can't do anything with these paths. Okay, yes, that is visible. And then, because I'm a weirdo, we put the paths back in. I hope. Because I need this footprint. Weird, I don't remember there being a gap there before. Oh well. Okay, so this is the footprint of the exhibit area that I'm going to be having. I have a path. This has to connect to this path somehow. And I have the alligators and the gharials water areas. We are ignoring these trees for the time being, because I don't have anywhere better to put them. So I'm thinking that this path is going to be the one that immediately comes over the lake. This one we can kind of bend over this away, and we can have one of the viewing areas, like the land viewing areas for either the gharial or the alligator. I'm just gonna use my die here. If I get an even number, we are going with the gharials. If I get an odd number, we'll go with the alligators. That is a 2, so we are working with the gharials. So I'm just gonna yank this over here, sorta. Alright, back to the encyclopedia, where we are still on the gharials. Excellent, okay. 2 adults need 226 meters squared of land, which is one of these. Oh man, I can see the checkbox, but I can't see the mover. Give me the mover. Thank you. Okay. Come down here if you want to live. Now, I'm gonna leave that there for the moment. $8 meters. Yeah, so I want this path to bend over here. Would you let go? And here. So we'll connect these like that, and then that is a very nice curve. We will go with that. And then this staff path can actually connect in over here, which feels kind of convenient. Use T-junction when joining path, and that way, like, where does this... Let's go with that. That gives me a very funky little space to fill in, but I have to find the space to be filled in. Okay. So if we put the gharial land viewing area like here, then the water viewing can be like that? Question mark, question mark, question mark. It's not an exact science, but this is kind of what I'm working with here. That's a little closer. Like, that's starting the lake, like, around here. Nah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. So, where's my sand brush? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So, if this is basically the edge of the water, that'll come in there. And that'll extend that away? Yeah, that away. And this edge more like that. We're gonna have to be a little neat on that edge because I don't really want to mess too much with this path. It was hard enough to get there. Okay, so then we have an edge of the lake over here. I'm going to take that off that away. This is such a big lake. Yeah, this path is going to have to split because it's going to have to go over that way, but it's also going to have to come over this way. This is going to be such an interesting lake. But yeah, that means that I should bring the alligators alligators should be like here-ish. And how much land area do the alligators require? Really? They're the same? Okay, fine. We'll just use this one because it's already here. Like, if we do kind of like that, then this path becomes the one that comes for the viewing area on this one. And the lake can kind of go like that. This doesn't feel right. What else can I have living on the lake? Where's my list? Where's my aquatics? Where is my list of nocturnal aquatics? Let's see. Where is my list of aquatics? Hello? I had a list. I'm sure I had a list. Oh, there we are. Okay. Blast it. I don't have anything else I can put on the lake. is the... I intend to have hippos, but hippos are deep divers, and they require underwater viewing, which means that they're a completely different metric. I still don't like this. Like, if I keep this sort of like weird bend in the tracks, what if, like, there really isn't a non-forced way to bring the tracks over the water, is there? There's already so much space around that needs to be filled. Like, there's all stuff over here. Like, I'm absolutely fine with using this as the outer edge of my zoo in this area. But there's still quite a bit of fill that needs to go in here. I'm running out of smaller critters. I was planning on putting the hippos near whatever my swamp station would be, which would probably be around here. And then the hippos would be like over here as the outer edge of the zoo over there. I am using the pygmy hippos so that it can be slightly less space, but... Yay, yay, yay. I mean, if I want to draw the lake this way, then I will have to move the train tracks. Because I can't really terraform underneath them. But yeah, I think this is probably the lake that I want to have. The main trick is going to be the fill. Like, this lake is going to be crisscrossed with paths. There is no way around it. Like, I should have a path that goes through here, like, right across here. Which does mean that I may want to pull this side out a bit. You know what I think I need to do is just mock out some paths. That's gonna be so annoying, though. Mainly because I'm using the 8 wide paths. But yeah, I may need to like bring this out a bit further. Like that. I'm going to be trying very hard to make this lake not exactly phallic, but also definitely not round. So the swamp is complicated. I do have to be careful as well because of this. We can't have this too close to where you would be able to view the gharials, or else people are going to be using it to peer at them, which is not going to work very well. Okay. I think that this is what I'm going for. We're just gonna... I'm going to erase this line because that is not the right line. Okay. So, first thing I need to do is move the train tracks so that they are not over the area that I am lakeifying right now. So, I'm going to pause. And turn off, edit, no! Ugh. Alright. Okay, so this bit, actually, like all of these bits. Skippy, you done did me wrong. Bend it this way as far as I can. I kind of dislike how that's the furthest I can easily get it away from my water edge, but that should be far enough to work with. Alright, turn that sucker back on again. Unpause. Okay. And then gotta move these trees. Let's just put them over here. I can still find them, but they are out of the way. Now this is a whole complicated thing. So basically what I'm going to be doing is I am going to be carving out the general shape and size of the lake, but then I'm going to have to stop because this and this are going to need to be separate enclosures, which means they're going to need their own barriers, which means I'm going to have to build their barriers, including their watertight barriers, before I can quote-unquote finish the lake. So I have to build their barriers and stuff while the lake is dry, and then put in the water, and then put in the pathing. So this is going to be complex. And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe I should scooch the alligators more over this way, just to give me some more path space. Yeah, you know what? I think that that's going to be a good plan. So let's grab these. And I'll bring them over here. And the gators will be over here, which will give me a little more leeway with the paths. Like, pathing this is going to be a little tricky. This path is going to have to come over the lake at some point, which I will figure out later, probably once I've actually started building this thing and I know where the other door is going to be. I know that there's one door right here. The other door is on the second story though, which I am absolutely not going to build before I build the first story. Yes, it's going to be a 2-story building. It's going to be great. But it's not at the right height right now. It's actually too low to the ground. So, bit of a problem there. So the alligators will be here, the gharials will be here. They will have their own separate viewing paths, but there will be something connecting those paths so that people can go between them. There will be path onto shore alongside, probably like along this side. And along this side. So actually that would actually be a very good connecting path. But I need to actually build a bit before I can really plan that. And well, I have the path on this side to build to for the gharials, but I will need to figure out the path on this side for the alligators. And whatever is going to go in at the lake side over here, was we don't want to leave too much empty space, or else this path will never actually be used. So probably going to try and bring this path as close to the lakeshore as I can. But I'm going to need an actual lakeshore before I can do that. So there's going to be a lot of like putting water in and putting water out in this whole process, and it's definitely going to take multiple streams. I will get, like, I have gotten a good start on it by having an outline drawn. This is going to have to be a lot neater. I hate that sharp corner. Bodies of water should not have sharp corners in them. It looks unnatural. Speaking of, these paths need to come out so that I can work. So I'm gonna just work my way over. Okay, okay. We are not trapping the employees. Okay. I wonder how much I can do in a super basic way. Like, if I use this puppy, and I make it super big, I don't want things to be super deep. That'll probably do, I think. So if I just use this, I will still have to do the main part of the edges myself, because this is going to end up looking very odd. But if I can just if I just come around here and do the gross movements, emphasis on gross. When you are doing big terraforming projects, what I just did is in fact what I recommend, go figure, is to draw out what you want on the ground in something that is high contrast to whatever is already on the ground. And then if you have a really large area to fill, like I do, or to cover, to try and use the terrain stamp tools as much as you can. to carve it out. Like, now I have basically the outline. And that hardly took me any time. And then we can come through and use the same thing. You have to make sure that you are in this movement mode, the detail one, because if you do it manually, you'll just end up carving a deeper and deeper hole, which is definitely not what I assume most of you would be looking for. Like, you do use, if you use the terrain stamp tools, at least in the hole digging type, manually, you will end up with a pit to hell. Not exactly recommended. But if you use it where you're just skimming around in a flat way. Hey look, I've got the basic shape of my lake now, and it's not too deep. Admittedly, this cannot be filled with water. I may have made it a little too shallow. Oh, nope, wait. But yeah, so that's a whole ass lake. I don't know why it's steaming in the middle, but so that is honestly the fastest way to do something like this. And then you can come around with the other tools and neaten things up. Like, for the animal enclosures, I'm going to need to make it easier for them to get in and out of the water. That is absolutely a thing that is going to have to be done. And this bit where it meets up with my river, things are very messy here. But it does mean that what could have taken me a whole nother stream of arguing with the terraforming tools, it just took me like, what was it, 15 minutes maybe? And the water should be deep enough for the alligators and the gharials. I'm not 100% sure on that, but yeah, we definitely have a sort of a phallicness going on down here that's going to need to be addressed. We have some weird sharp edges, but this is an excellent start. But yeah, the idea will be to make this look like the gharials and the alligators are sharing the same water, but to actually have them have separate enclosures, which is going to be much easier. But yeah. I'm giving them shallower water so that they will have enough to swim in, but they won't be deep diving. It'll be like the saltwater crocodiles, so that they will be properly visible when they're swimming, and you're looking at them from, you know, this level. So you'll still be able to see them because you'll be slightly above, and they won't be able to dive totally underwater. But yeah, the whole thing is going to be a little complicated. Obviously the edges need to be smoothed out. I haven't exactly followed my sand guide, so there will still need to be a bit of work done with that. But yeah, lake. It is very, very large. Yeah, this end looks terrible. I'm gonna have to do a lot of work on this end. But yeah, so we will be having the aquatic animals here. As mentioned, the alligator and the gharial will be actually living on the lake. The platypus will be around here somewhere, possibly around this area, because we do have a lot of space in between the alligators and the train station and this. So possibly I'll put the platypi in here because they don't need a massive amount of space, they just need something fancy. What will be very large footprints is the hippopotamus, and I also have plans for a particular building which is also going to be an extremely large footprint that is going to be near the lake. It will probably be around here, I think. Yeah, I will most likely put that big building right around here. And then we'll have the train station around here with the hippos on the other side of the train station. And then the rest of the expansion out this way is going to be the rest of the animals that are planned for the zoo. We are starting to run out of animals, but there's only 2 big buildings left to build. There's the aquatic one, which will most likely be right around here. Oh man, I still haven't put dingoes in my zoo. That's gonna be a big ass area. Let's see. What else do we have that's gonna be taking a really big area? There is that planned building. There's the dingoes. Oh man, I really am running out of animals. But yeah. So I'll be going out this way with the hippos and this way with the building that's planned. And then the rest of the animals will probably come around the bottom of that and possibly wrap around over to the hippos. I haven't quite decided. So there's at least 2 more train stations to be installed. But there's going to be a lot of building. So what I'm going to be the order of operations here is to get the lake smoothed out. Then I have to build the alligator and the gharial. Oh wait, sorry, I pointed at the wrong ones. The gharial and the alligators with the paths that go on land past those. This is why I'm doing the lake before that, because this path I would like to come as close to the lake as possible, just in order to save some space. And we'll put probably the platypus somewhere around in here. Like not on the lake side, but on the not lake side of the path when it comes this way. But I want to get more of the lake in before I bring the path around fully. So, and then I've got to get this built. I've got to get the water in, and I've got to get this built. It may be quite a long time before the alligators and the gharials are installed in their structures, because I've got to put the water in before I can put the lake paths on, and I can't actually finish their structures until I have the lake paths and I know how high to build the walls on those sides. But once I put in the lake paths, I'm not going to be able to I won't be able to move the water once I put the paths in over the lake. So it's all about order of operation. Like, this involves paths that go over the lake, so it can't go in until the water does. These I have to build before I put the water in, or else the water will not be in correctly. But the paths that go over that, these won't be finished until I can put those paths in. So I have to build basically the base of these and the paths that go on land, then go around and put the water in, and then I want to get this built, and then probably the alligators and the gharials get finished. So it's going to be a whole thing. And I think the gharials are going to be looked after by these guys here. And I'm probably going to have to expand this building because I'm going to need a water temperature regulator for them. I know they're going to need warmer water than my base water. Yeah, actually, if I put a water temperature regulator here, I'm pretty sure the gharials and the alligators can tolerate the same temperature of water. So if I put a water temperature regulator in here, then that will take care of both of them. But actually, I know I'm running late, but plans are plans. Let's see here. We are going to go blind, every single one of us. Whee! Okay, water. Alright, that... Okay, that's a water temperature regulator. It is touching this water. Is 28 degrees warm enough? 6 to 35 on the American alligators, so 28 would be adequate for them. And the gharial 14. Okay, they will be fine, except that their water will be separate from this water. Okay. The thing is that they have, because they're going to have divided enclosures, their water is going to be counted as different than the lake water. So there will need to be a temperature regulator and a cleaner over here for them. And there's going to need to be another one over here for them. So that is something that needs to be borne in mind. I feel like I should be taking extremely extensive notes, but I only have a really tiny notebook. I'm gonna try anyway. Okay, alligator plus gharial need own water stuff. Don't worry, I know what I mean when I write that. So they will each need their own. The lake is going to be positively balmy because of this one, but unfortunately this all is not going to be able to help the enclosures. But yeah, if I just add on to this staff building, that will take care of the gharials. The pygmy hippos are going to need their own. Possibly I can get the alligators and the building to share the same one. It's like these would be very close together, and once again, I'm pretty sure they are the same temperature requirements. So that should be fine. I know we're all going blind. Blindness away! The main trick is going to be where to put the things, because this all is getting... like, I kind of locked myself into this path. So, well, this edge is blank. What is in here? Power. There is power in here. Okay. I'm not 100% certain that if I put the water stuff at this end of the building that it's going to reach there. But I also don't want the thing too close to the path because of the... we're gonna go blind ourselves some more. Negative impact on guests is a lot bigger for things like the power and the water than it is for the staff buildings. So... I will figure something out. So this area needs to be filled in. Okay, I use the same bushes, but at different heights. This is going to be spectacular. So, I need to get some trees in here. And then I need to do the fill with these arrowroots. Have to finish those, but that's now a future Foxwine project, because this all's gonna be complicated. And of course, now that the river is quote-unquote finished, it's gonna need to be decored. Oh, future Foxwine has so much project. But yeah, what I'm going to work on next week is definitely going to be more work around the lake. I can't just leave things like this. I cannot. Actually, we're just gonna pull back this staff path to here, because it's gonna have to rise higher than it is, and I want to give it more slope space. Basically, I will be able to set these at the correct height once I have water in the lake, because I'll be able to figure out what my lowest possible path over the lake is, and then I can basically set these up so that they are that appropriate height. But yeah, once again, future Foxwine problems. So, I don't love how much deeper the river is than the lake, but we will work with it. I may have to scooch the gharials over Once again, I hate leaving such large amounts of space, but I really need to have the water cleaner and the water temperature for them. And really the best place to put it is going to be on this end of this staff building. But that means that this path is going to have to be further away. So I may have to scooch the Gharials over to here. I do worry about how much walking there is for very little in this area of the zoo. I really feel like I should have an exhibit or habitat here. I just don't know what I have that is still small enough to fit there that I haven't already installed. Like, it wouldn't be the worst thing on earth if I repeated an animal, but I would prefer not to. I'm just running out of small animals. I've got 3 left. Although I'm not sure if the platypus counts. I definitely can't put the platypus in there. I really need it over here to pull people past the train station. But yeah, something. Especially if I have to move this path so that I can install machinery over here. I'm going to need something that can live here, in the literal and the figurative. And I don't really want a double platypus because the platypus is actually a bit, let's go with specialized. There's a way of doing it, so that people have underwater viewing for as shallow as a platypus needs, but they can also see it when it's on land because, the aquatic animals aren't truly aquatic. But yeah, I think my best bet is to put the things here. But that's gonna cause its own set of problems. Edit this group. I need facilities, water and power. Like, if I put a water treatment, oh, I hate that a lot. Let's try that again. Okay, facilities. Doesn't want to be there. Really doesn't want to be there. Will tolerate being there. So, like, if I put that there, and the temperature regulator there. Negative impact on guests. Yeah, that is fully over my plans. Yeah, I'm gonna continue running the stream while I try and figure this out. Okay, come back in here. Editing. Oh. Pop that there, and there. And there. Oh man, I put it on the wrong side. No! Well, at least that one I got right. And bring that in there. Oh, no, not that one. That one. That goes there. Oh, for crying out loud, why will you not obey me? Honestly, the things a girl's gotta do around here. Where's the conservation walls? Where are the conservation walls? There they are. Like that. Oh, wait, I'm jumping the gun again. Door, 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 door. Like that. And like that. Those go there. Oh, no, no, that does not work. Okay. That is, wood plank roof. There we are, wood plank roof. Excuse you, no, not like that. and like that. And then bring that in here like this. Like that. And like that. There. And then like that. And now to cause myself considerable pain, probably. I'm going to remove that, and that. Okay, headache time. Okay. 8 meters. Dot here. Please stop that. I'm going blind enough as it is. Dot there. Dot here. Excuse me. Like that. Staff path. Right. Why is this not a default? Like that. Then this and this need to move. So I have two choices. I can move them over here, or I can move that over here so that this is the ground viewing area and it projects into the lake this way. And I think actually that might be the way to go because I am running out of animals that fit. So if I go like this, okay, I already know that this is more swimming area than I need, so I can keep the edge of the lake that I actually have. And I could make a bridge that goes like from here over here. That is very tempting. It would have to be an in-game bridge because that sucker's gonna have to curve, but... yeah. Because I am honestly running out of very small animals. I'm having an issue with finding very small animals. Okay, so the guests are not within the circle, and the circle will get smaller once I put plants in, but it's going to be quite a long time before I put plants in, which is why I'm being as careful as I am right now. This one, the staff building thing is over here, so if I put a bridge over here, it's not going to be a problem at all, except that this is a small path. So it's going to be a small bridge, but a bridge nonetheless. And honestly, I don't have enough bridges over this river, so that'll be fine. That'll actually be fine. The gharials and the alligators are even further apart now. But I have more space to bring the train across the water and then have the station make over here, I think? Yeah, I think that makes the most sense, is to have the station in this general area. But yeah, once again, need to get the water in before I can do any of that stuff. But it is... I'm not 100% sure about having the alligators here anymore. We are once again running into a how far will people walk situation. I may need to make the lake smaller. As I mean, unless I actually do put the train station on the lake. But still, we're looking at a people have to walk too far situation over here. Is if I bring the train tracks through here. I'm not sure what to do with this path here, but if I bring the train tracks through here. And we put the hippos and the building that I'm planning over here. That way I can keep the size of the lake, but we're not asking people to walk massive amounts to get between places. I think. Yee. The main problem here is that distances are really difficult to judge in this situation. Like, what if I were to, like, rotate this like this? No, that's... Like, I don't want people standing in here trying to look at the alligators, but I'm not sure how far is far enough. I'm also beginning to wonder about the power situation. I just keep on blinding you all. Okay, Gariel's completely covered. Going to need more power coming out this way. We're also having the staff may have to walk too far to get from here to here, so these guys are probably going to need their own staff building, so I can take care of the power issue that way. We can have these staff buildings over here serve the platypus, which will be like right around here, probably. But we'll have to build the alligators their own. They'll probably get their own staff building all of themselves. The Gariels will be taken care of by these guys. And then the building and the hippo would be their own. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be... Yeah. So, if we say that the alligators live here, the alligators would have viewing like across here. Oh man, that is such a big space. Okay, what if alligators... We've still kinda got an empty space. I can put one of the small animals in there, I think, but I'm going to have to build this first because where the staircase for the second story comes down is going to make a lot of difference. But yeah, I prefer to put the platypus like around here because we gotta have the train come in this way anyway. What space what footprint were we looking at for the platypus again? I'm assuming that they only... Oh, you can have 3! Okay. 3 adults. Actually, wait, did I... Hold up. 240 and 120. That doesn't help me. Oh, man. How big are you? Yeah, the smallest one I've got is a 250. Like, half of that is 120? Okay, so if I do like that, and then like this, and then on this one, I just remove this line. That's kind of the platypus-ish. It does leave a whole lot of stuff over here, but I am starting to run out of animals. I will figure it out. This space does become an issue, but maybe I can put this building in here. Maybe. I've got seating in the train station, so putting a seating area in there is not going to work. But maybe one of my remaining small animals will fit in there. But the staircase. We still don't know about the staircase. But I could probably make it work. Like if I kind of oblong it a little? Maybe? I'm running out of zoo, but it also means that, like, making stuff go. I also I forgot to check, like, what sort of, we're going back in here. Alright, ALLI, American alligator, hello. Species. Oh my, you can have up to 6 of them? That is a lot more space. $400 and $460. Okay, so still have enough water for that, but 400 land. Wait. I have a thought. All right. We'll call this close enough to 400. And it still fits in the spot that I'm thinking of. And in fact, they get extra water if I actually make it an oblong. Alright, that's the alligators. Let's double check how many gharials live together, because I completely forgot to do that. 7! Although they have to be all same gender. That's interesting. $480 and $306. Okay. So once again, still have enough water area. I'm just gonna rotate this way. We're gonna chonk it over here. And this I'm just gonna duplicate. And I'm just gonna do that, kinda. And I bet you if I play a game of Join the Dots, that I'm going to end up with more than enough water space and just about right on the amount of land space. Like if I just follow the curve of the path. So the gharials are going to end up being a much more interesting space than the alligators. But yeah, that means that I'll be able to fill in this area, and I should still be able to put a bridge in. It's still only going to be able to be a 4-meter wide bridge, but a bridge is a bridge. And as mentioned before, I do not have enough bridges going over this river. They are way too far apart, so I will have a big one over here, but it'll be fine. We'll have a little one, there'll be mainly a viewing bridge, and we'll have the big one that comes out here that will also be the water viewing. Okay. I really wish that I had remembered to check the species numbers before. It would have made my life a lot easier. The alligators are going to live in a rectangle. It's going to be the easiest thing to build under these circumstances. The gharial are going to live in a much fancier habitat. But yeah. I will have to be careful about the alligator's rectangle though, because fixing up the shoreline is going to be nibbling. So we'll see how that goes. The same with the gharial. The main thing is getting them enough land space, getting them enough water space, and building a habitat that is workable. With this one, you know, the staff, I can put a staff entrance over here, probably. And we can have the platypus around this area, although I will figure out the exact way I'm going to do that once I have this built. I can probably fit one of the smaller animals, non-swamp, in here. I am running out of smaller animals. I may have to start repeating small animals just to fill in spaces. If I do, I'm going to start with the Tasmanian devils because they are so far away from the entire rest of the zoo. I worry that no one is visiting them. So... But yeah, there is a plan. There is a lake. And yeah, I think I am going to bring the train tracks across the lake. And then probably run them down, like bring them across the lake and then back out this way. I'm probably going to put the swamp train station on the lake. I'm probably going to put it like right here or maybe on the shoreline. I will figure that out. I think it would be really cool. But yeah, this critter and this critter can be taken care of by Swamp North. But the alligators are going to need their own. The gharial, as mentioned, are taken care of. I'm repeating myself. I have run an hour and a half past when I intended to because I'm spectacular. This lake is going to be a lot of work. But I'm rather pleased that I'm not going to have to tear out more of this forest here. The thought of that was making me unhappy. So yeah, what's going to be coming up next week is more work on the lake region. Hopefully getting this stone converted to dirt, because that's going to be easier for me in the long run, is just visually changing that. But yeah, the lake needs a lot of work. But I did do a large chunk of what needed to be done by using the terraforming tool, the stamp. So that got things carved out really nicely for starting with. This path has become a problem by how close the lake is to it, so something is probably going to have to be figured out there, but that is a problem for future foxwine. So much more future foxwine, because next future foxwine, it's going to be getting the sides of the lake looking pretty, because it's really chunky right now and there are some really weird things going on because I used the circle. So neatening up the sides of what is going to be the lake here. Yeah, and smoothing out the edges so that we can get building on the gharial and alligator enclosures, at least getting them roughed in. I can't finish them, unfortunately, without the water, but I can't put the water in until I've roughed them. So, it's all very complicated. The main trick will be getting the water in the enclosures to be the same level as the lake water so that it looks like it's connected. It's going to be very interesting. Like, I can't do it 100% because I need to use glass. These have to be separated from the rest of the lake. I can't do it all as one thing, alas. They need to have their own separate waters, so it needs to be divided. And mainly for measuring purposes, if I just put in walls and null barriers, the animals and the game are going to have a really difficult time measuring how much water is in the enclosure, and that is a problem that I definitely do not want to cause. If I use null barriers and basically chain link, which is what I would like to do, unfortunately that's going to be it's going to be an issue with how it measures the water. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do it with glass and probably some like stone walls of some sort. But I'm gonna try and give it the illusion that the stone is only underwater and that there is an area at the top of the stone wall where the water flows freely. But I don't know that I can pull that off. I will try, though. I will be trying. The main trick is going to be the viewing. I really don't want to go with mesh fences for the viewing. One of the problems with mesh fences is that I have seen video proof that alligators can climb those things. So, yeah. If alligators can, I bet you gharials can. But yes, so that is what is coming up next stream, is getting the edges of this lake cleaned up. That is the main plan, and getting work on the massive construction projects that are associated with this. The gharials in particular are going to be very interesting. Yeah, it's the shape of the gharial habitat is going to be very unusual, and I may not be able to do the bridge that goes across here, simply because I may well need this space for gharials and for keeper access. I don't really want to be trying to keeper access on this edge because there's so little land here compared to over here. So I will be looking into that. I will also be thinking about what sort of river fence I want on this side. I have one on the other side, but I don't know if I want to use the same fence on this side as I did that side. I'm considering it, but I haven't made up my mind. But yeah. No! Oh, I made it all stream! I made it all stream without one of the foxes getting... You, Ian, where are you? Ian? Where's my fox? You're not even out. You're not even outside. Thank you, Ian. Ian has reminded me that I really should be ending the stream before more foxes escape without escaping. I will consider putting an animal in here. Just to have more stuff at this edge, because right now, I mean, we have the tigers, but their viewing area stops right there. There's really very little to pull people this way. I just don't love having an animal viewing like right outside the train station like that. That makes me uncomfy. I will think about it. That is a maybe, but I don't want to bother putting a question mark on it. So, I was trying to. Okay, we're gonna pause. Foxes can't escape now. All right, and save. But yeah, what I'd really like to do is like put the train station like on the lake so that you would be looking out at the lake from the train station, from the station. But to have like the entrances and stuff on land. Just so that I don't have to deal with the height issues of exiting over water. Although, I cannot remove the platform. So it might be better to have it facing the other way, but it's going to be a lot more difficult to bend that away. There is going to be a train station somewhere around this area, and then the train is probably going to go off that away. I'm still working on exactly how that's gonna look. I would like it to incorporate the lake in some way. I would very much like that. I'm still working on exactly how. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I can't bring the train tracks across here because then we've got a pinch, and I can't deal with a pinch that small with train tracks. I just can't. So it's just I need to figure out the train tracks before I can figure out this path, because I don't know whether or not this path would be going over the train tracks. So I need to figure out the train tracks and then decide where I'm putting the pygmy hippos and the big building that I'm going to be putting in. It's going to be glorious. I have so many plans. I just need to actually get some things done. But anyway, I did save the zoo. So this is where I am going to be calling it a night, because I could talk about what I'm going to do for another hour, but I wouldn't actually be doing anything, and I think that's not a good stream. So but if you really love my YouTube, if you really love my Planet Zoo streams and you want to see more of them, or you want to rewatch them, you can find them archived on my YouTube channel, which I've just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there for Planet Zoo. You can watch the building of the Nocturne Zoo from the very first day when I built a castle that was entirely too small. And the zoo didn't have a name yet, right up to last week. So that makes it really easy. If you prefer to see me live, though, I will be back again tomorrow night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Citizen Sleeper for Tangent Tuesday. I think I am getting towards the end of Citizen Sleeper. I'm not sure how much game there is left in Citizen Sleeper, but it does feel like I'm getting very close to the end. There's a big There's a big conflict that I'm getting towards the climax of, and I honestly can't see how the game will manage to continue past that particular climax. So I think I'm close to the end, but I don't know whether I have one stream or two left in Citizen Sleeper. I'm keeping on babbling so that the ads will end before I continue onwards. So basically, I will be continuing Citizen Sleeper tomorrow night. Maybe I'll be finishing the game, maybe I won't. We'll see how much game there is left in it, honestly. So that's the way that's going. Then on Wednesday night, my schedule is a little inaccurate. My group gaming friends are not available next Wednesday, this upcoming Wednesday. Just this upcoming Wednesday. This is a 1-week event. So I will be streaming on Wednesday. I will be starting probably at 7 p.m. I will be playing a game. I have not decided what game I'm going to be playing. So I'm still thinking about what to do with that one, and I will hopefully figure that out, and I will know by tomorrow night. By tomorrow night I will be able to announce what game that is. I just haven't decided. I've been waffling a lot, but I will definitely be streaming on Wednesday, and I will be playing a game of some sort. Alas, alone, because my multiplayer friends they have left the continent, so it makes it very difficult to play with them when they're not on the same continent. So yeah. Also, I don't think they took their laptops with them. I'm not 100% sure though, but still. So that's the way that's going. Then on Thursday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Hades for Try Not to Die Thursday. I'll be continuing in my campaign on that, where I try desperately to gather as much nectar as I can touch, and as much nectar as I can't touch, maybe. I need nectar because I use nectar to buy diamonds, and I desperately need diamonds. Since I can never manage to buy diamonds because... well, I've had a very difficult time defeating Elysium, and I've not had enough money going into the boss fight at the end of Elysium ever to buy a diamond, so my only way of getting diamonds is by amassing nectar. So nectar it is, and trying to escape Elysium, and all of those fun and glorious things. Ha 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 ha! And then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Baldur's Gate 3, very unexpectedly. I thought I would finish Baldur's Gate 3 last night. I did not. It took longer to get to the boss than I realized, and then I kind of faffed around in the boss fight way too much, and things went wrong in a myriad of different ways. And I did not succeed in defeating the boss. I came up with a strategy, but by then it was 2:30 in the morning, and I was just like, nope, we're not trying again. It's going to take another hour at least. So it's going to be at least another hour in Baldur's Gate 3 coming up on Sunday, and whatever the epilogue has in store, we'll see if I need to try the boss fight more than one time. I have a strategy. My friend who has defeated the game multiple times, who was in last night's stream, says that my strategy is the way that he's defeated the game. So we will assume that it will work, but he and I are very different people. So we'll see how I pull it off, basically. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, and we're gonna work on this lake. Oh boy, this lake needs a lot of work, and work shall be done. Yes, indeed. I'm just gazing upon it on my other screen right now. Y'all can't see it, but the jagged edges hurt me. So I'm definitely going to need to do something about that. So that is the upcoming schedule for the week. All the games I'm going to be playing and everything that I intend to be doing in each and every one of those games. I actually have a plan for everything but Wednesday. This is not unusual for me to have, very detailed plans in one place and absolutely nothing in another. So this feels very normal. This feels very ordinary. This feels good. This feels right, or something. So that's the way that that's going. Oh boy. So, everything with that, and whether or not I have a plan, I still have a lot of fun. And I have had a lot of fun tonight, despite arguing with all of the terraforming. And I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!